Hello, nope, I need to turn that on. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. I'm testing my audio. I'm testing my audio. Am I in the proper range? I am. All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Ayub, Rappy, LVN, Trashin, Can, Robert Litja, Boxer Wing, 1970, Sansia, 606, Meki, Edu, Disc Breaker, Rappy. What happened with Croquis Cafe? What happened? Did they shut down? I hope not. I know they moved to Vimeo a while ago. Someone who paid for the subscription was accused of using it for teaching, which they were not, and the owner of the website didn't believe them and was very unprofessional about it. What's up, people? How you been? Let us do it. Let us draw. There is Black Friday sale info above my head. Pursue that at your leisure. Hello, Candlewick. Hello, Pandovsky. Hello, Andrew Miles. Potosa. Steven, oh my God, your hair? Yeah, well, I got big hair, so you got big hair. There's going to be bedhead every now and then, yeah? I didn't even look at it. What is it? Oh, yeah, it looks pretty fucked up. Fucking whatever. Whatever. I've missed you, Steven. I've missed you too, Boxer Wing. Steven, tell us all of the updates. It's too much to tell. I mean, it's really too much to tell. I was in DC last week doing a second round of advocacy, taking meetings with the staff members of congressmen and senators here in the United States. It would just be to try to, well, I shouldn't talk about those meetings in detail, and it would take a really long time. So yeah, it was, but I'll say it was a good trip. It was different than our first round. It felt, our first round felt very educational, and like we were educating a lot of these people on what was going on. And this trip felt more like they were looking for solutions. Like they were asking us for a lot of ideas for what to do, which they did a bit the first time around, but this time all of them were much more insistent about it. And they were also asking for our commentary on certain resolutions that people have put out there, like proposals for bills and structures and frameworks that various congresspeople and senators have put out there, like Schumer and Howley and such. A lot of the staff members were asking for our input on those and what we thought was a good idea, what we thought was a bad idea, which, yeah, those things weren't really out the first time we were there, so there was no opportunity to do that. But this time we did have an opportunity. It was good. You look like the evil parrot from Rio. That's good. I like that. There's nothing wrong with that. Prefer to be identified with the villainous characters. I respect you guys a ton for fighting for us. I donated to the fundraiser. Thank you so much. I should say, I do get a little uncomfortable, but let me see. Does the stream description have it anymore? No, it doesn't. I'm going to add it again. Give me 1 second. Is GoFundMe all separate words? 1 second. All right, I have added the link to the GoFundMe to the stream description. So if you refresh, you'll see it right at the top. That GoFundMe is what made this advocacy possible, and they have updated it for the second year of hopefully doing advocacy. So you'll see that they did eventually reach their goal for the first year, and now the GoFundMe has been updated to be double that, to go for another year. They're fully transparent, so you can see, if you click read more, you can see where all the money goes. It goes to the lobbyist. The vast majority of all the money is used to pay the lobbyist. So if you're interested, please do that. I don't talk about it that much because a year ago, or about a year ago, when I was first promoting this GoFundMe, I had no idea I was going to be involved with it. So, you know, my self-deprecating artist brain, it was much easier for me to just encourage something that I was hopeful about and had nothing to do with. It was after it reached its goal, or after it was clear that it was going to go through, that they asked me to actually participate in the meetings. So now I'm involved. But, you know, just to be clear with everybody, I am involved with that now. But there's the link. Let me see. Let me answer some questions here. Let me put something up on screen while I do that. Is this scary enough for you? Not a weird enough picture? Maybe I'll leave the bears up, whatever. Let's see. Pandovsky says, I respect you guys a ton for fighting for us. I donated to the fundraiser. I read that. Thank you so much, Pandovsky. We really appreciate it. Stephen, I saw your latest meditation video and realized that I've basically only drawn abstract draftsmanship building projects exercises. I'm trying to rebuild my creative habit. Good. You absolutely must, as I've explained my reasoning for many, many times in those videos. Does the pain of accepting that your art doesn't look as good as you envision ever go away eventually? How do you unlearn that response? I wouldn't say it ever goes away completely. Maybe it does. I mean, I'm still, you know, I got a long journey ahead of me, and I can only speak from my personal experience. So maybe it does. But as of right now, I have to say it gets reduced heavily. And that reduction is kind of enough, I think. As long as it's not really urgent, I think that goes a long way. Last video hit like a truck. Good, I'm glad to hear. I got more videos coming. Less streams, more videos. I wish I could draw with abandon. I'm just unclear about getting there. Drawing the pictures that are important to me while also not being disappointed that they aren't as good as my vision. I wish I could draw with abandon. I'm just unclear about getting there. You see how you're making it bigger than it is? Like, the difficult thing about all of this is that it's not actually complicated, right? You're complicating it. Not to sound like a jerk. No one understands how annoying and frustrating all of this is better than I do. I've been through it, but the language sort of instinctual or naturally sounds like I'm downplaying it, but I'm not. Just read what you said. I wish I could draw with abandon. I'm just unclear about getting there. It's just not caring. You know, there's nothing tricky about not caring. You just do it. There's just subtle mental walls and structures that are probably in the way. Like, you don't really, right now, you probably don't really mean, I wish I could draw with abandon. You probably mean, I wish I could draw with abandon and draw well while I do it, right? And that's really what you want. You've got to find all of those subtle little assumptions and clear them out and get rid of them. If you want to draw with abandon, you must truly not mind if it comes out like crap. And of course you shouldn't, for reasons that I've explained many, many times. It's just, of course it's gonna look bad sometimes. It's like, you're not the best in the world. If you think you're supposed to be the best in the world, you've got to figure out what that's about. That's a weird sort of assumption to have about yourself. Stephen looking like an anime delinquent with a pompadour. Nice. Can't thank all of you enough for taking this burden and fighting for our rights. I donated to Carlo Ortiz's fundraiser multiple times. I've been keeping up with the updates. Excellent. Thank you so much, Green. We really appreciate it. You know, it's the most direct thing that we know to do right now. Well, there's 3 direct things, 2 of which are available. One is to petition your government, right, which is what we're doing with the GoFundMe for protecting artists from AI technologies. It's direct action, actually going and talking to them and filling them in. The other thing is glazing your images to protect you from image-to-image attacks, and soon there will be Nightshade. Nightshade will be around, and that will be a very direct thing that we can do, but that's not out yet. Hey Stephen, on the topic of form from imagination, what's your advice for capturing a quality image of a traditional drawing? Been taking pictures in overcast natural light, but I still don't feel like it comes out great. Nothing's better than a scanner. That's what I do. And like a real flatbed scanner, not these new scanners that are just cameras on sticks high above your paper. A flatbed scanner is the best way to go. Everything besides that is going to be imperfect by definition, unless you go to like a professional photography studio where they can polarize the lights and they can position the lights perfectly and all that. Then they can remove glare, get a perfectly flat image, things like that. But everything else will be a compromise. Sometimes one of the best things you can do is, instead of, you know, if you're talking about posting to Form from Imagination to get feedback from me, then this isn't relevant, right? But if you're looking at posting your work online for people to see, if you're not going to get a perfect reproduction of a pencil drawing, sometimes one of the best things to do is to just lean into that and instead show it in an environment, like take it outside and photograph it against a tree, or photograph it on your table at an angle, showing your pencils, showing your setup if you have a nice setup. It's like, if you're not going to get a perfectly flat, perfect contrast image of the pencil drawing, might as well include stuff and spruce things up. If you're showing the drawing to me, don't include that shit. I'm not going to be impressed. It's just going to distract me, and I just need to see the drawing front on. I'm pretty good at seeing through the imperfections in a photo for feedback at this point. Like, if there's glare in a shadow area, I know to calculate, like, okay, that area is actually darker, you know, so I won't like give a note that's like, oh, that area is too light, it should be darker. It's like, I know I'm not seeing the real thing. And if you're sending it to me, you can also post multiple pictures if it makes it more clear. Like, you can take a photo from one angle so the glare's over there, and do another one so that the glare's over there instead, and I can kind of like cross-calculate. Ayub says, to be honest, I feel safe with you on the front line. Well, I mean, the world is chaos. I mean, I'm doing what I can. I'm doing what I can. My dear friend Joseph Marziliano says, Stephen goes to DC, days later, Sam Altman is fired. Coincidence? I think not. Zachary says, was awesome to see you at Lightbox, working on lay-ins for character sheets right now, breaking out of stiff construction and getting looser with gesture, figures getting a little bit better. Very nice. Happy to hear it, Zachary. And thank you for coming to Lightbox, and for, I don't know if we got a chance to meet or if you came out to one of the panels, but thanks for coming. Yeah, that's another thing. I was at Lightbox since the last time I streamed, I think. Lightbox was awesome. I think I'm gonna go back every year. Stephen, I'm learning about automatic drawing. It's difficult to wrap my head around it and relax. Do you have any advice? Oddly, relaxing is one of the hardest things for an artist to do. It's weird to have to give advice on how to relax, right? Anything that I would say, like drink some tea, put on soothing music, something like that, is kind of not really getting to the heart of the problem. If you have difficulty relaxing, that is even problem is the wrong word. It's just something to investigate about your person, right? It's probably not just that you have trouble relaxing drawing. It's probably that you have trouble relaxing absolutely anywhere, right? So find a way to address that. It's difficult for me to speak to that directly without sinking into sort of saccharine self-help shit. But at the risk of that, most people need a structure to begin that journey, to learn how to just be comfortable sitting in a room alone on their own, doing nothing. The structure that most people find for that at the beginning is meditation, right? Which is have to be careful about what I say about meditation. In our modern condition, it's easier for people to relax if they trick themselves into thinking they're doing something. And meditation makes that much easier. You know, there's all these things to say about it. There's all these paths, there's maps. So here's the experiences you might have. And certainly there are fascinating things that can and will happen to a meditator. But usually that structure is easier for people to begin relaxing than just throwing them into the deep end in a structureless way and just saying, sit there and do nothing for 5 to 10 minutes and see what happens. So that's a place where you can begin if the problem is so bad that you need to sort of analyze it outside of the context of drawing. I don't mean to sound down on meditation. I'm a meditator and I think it's a very good thing to do. But yeah, it's interesting to have to ask for advice on relaxing in the first place, no? Giuliano Schroeder says, but the inner criticism and frustration comes automatically. The trick is how to ignore all of that. Indeed. That's what my drawing meditations try to get at. So if you're having trouble with that, check out the drawing meditation series on this channel. It focuses on when the criticisms arise, how to change your relationship with them and let them fall away. Kurisu says, thanks, Steve. I shall absorb your wisdom. Happy to help. Happy to help. John Cat says, love the hair. Love your hair too, John Cat. Artuos Artley says, do you have more male or female subscribers? Why would that matter one way or the other? Who gives a fuck? Cyanide says, oh, he looks like Josuke. I don't know who that is. I would just like to feel confident in my arting. You can feel confident today, right? Like you just need to separate the idea of your confidence or your personal self-worth from the art, right? It's possible to run the process of your personal confidence and the process of your confidence in crafting images. You can run them completely parallel. They don't ever need to mix. And if you can manage to run them parallel, then you can avoid a lot of needless suffering in the art journey. Holy smokes, Steven stream feels like Christmas. I know, I haven't been doing them lately. More videos have been coming out though. Now that I have an editor helping me, it feels like we're getting just about to posting something once a week. So that's good, you know. The streams, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with streams yet. I'm focusing on the videos. I've got some stuff coming up. I just wrote a script for an art chat, not a meditation, but one of the scripted discussions. I just wrote a script for that the other day that I will, hopefully you'll see a video for that next week-ish. And that will be for what's the image I'm gonna use for that one? Shit, where to go? Finished art. Dude, my eyes are going to hell. I think that one will be for this one. This picture that I did a couple weeks ago. So I've got the process for that recorded, and we'll do our typical musings about the structureless nature of arte, el arte. But yeah, I know I haven't been streaming, but just trying to figure out the channel, what works, what doesn't, trying out stream compilations, making more meditations, trying to backlog those. But I've been here, been doing stuff, been drawing a lot. It's been fun being able to draw plenty. This is anti-meditation propaganda. Stephen, what is good artist advice for this Christmas from you to us? Actually, if you rub pine needles on yourself every morning, that makes you draw better. I do it very often. Not every morning. I almost said every morning, but if I'm honest, I don't do it every morning, you know. I try to do it as many mornings as I can. It's just, it gets very sticky, the resin, and I don't like feeling sticky while I draw. So it's like a trade-off between clearly, obviously, objectively drawing better because I'm covered in the pine needles and just feeling kind of uncomfortable because I'm so sticky, you know. Wow, is this real? A live sighting of Zapata in the wild. I thought they existed solely encased within pre-recorded YouTube videos. I changed accents in the middle of it. I love your work. I love your advice. Thanks for everything, cool guy. Thank you, A-A-Z. Artos Artley says, how to stop thinking what others will say about my work while I'm in the process of drawing. You don't have to stop it. You just need to stop caring. That's the thing. I think it's kind of useless to, it's like if I say right now, it's very important that you not think about elephants. Do not think about elephants. Do not imagine their lithe trunks. Do not imagine their flapping ears. Do not imagine their bulbous and impressive bodies or their incredible height or how a bull will protect his herd by any means, that he'll even confront military helicopters and things like that. Don't think about them. Do not think about elephants. It just guarantees you're gonna think about elephants, right? So the more you try to suppress a particular kind of thought, the more your brain is just gonna offer it up. It's like your brain just runs the thinking process and goes wherever the interest is. So don't try to suppress, just change your relationship to it. Just don't care what others are gonna say about your art. I mean, why would you, you know? Even, and I know a lot of people who have a problem with that, you know, they're not even just worried about people on the internet, they're worried about what are mom and dad gonna say, or my dick of a brother, or something like that. And even to them, I say, yeah, who cares what your mom or dad think about your art? If they're gonna be a problem, if they're gonna harm your art, cut them out. Don't ever talk to them about it. Don't ever show it to them. Who cares? There'll be other people who are interested. You don't need mommy and daddy. Your relationship with your mother and father is complicated and vast enough that they don't have to have anything to do with your art. It's fine. You guys can, you know, play golf together or whatever. A lot of questions. This tends to happen when I have not been around. Crazy, I love this one. That's such a cool drawing. Thanks, guys. I did this one, oh, I have the date. Well, no, that's the day I finished it, November 10th. I think I started this one November 1st, I want to say. I usually name my files with the date that I start them these days. So if I go to the PSD, yes, I started at the beginning of the month. And then, yeah, I guess I finished it 10 days later on November 10th. This one was a lot of fun. I went pretty far in there. I just needed to, I hadn't really, you know, I've been so busy with the advocacy stuff and just a lot of other things this year that I really hadn't been able to like get stuck in and do a really detailed picture in a while. So I went kind of crazy on this one and just enjoyed myself doing a lot of material indication and crazy rendering and all that. I had a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. That one was a blast. I like the way you painted the skin. Is it glazed though? This one is not because I'm just showing it on stream. But that's why I haven't posted it. But I do have it glazed. Just haven't posted the glazed. I'll show you the glazed version. Is this the last one that I did? I was doing this with web glaze. I haven't posted it because I want to mess with it a little more. This is the version I got from WebGlaze. It got a little intense for me in certain areas. So I'm waiting to post until I can swipe my wife's laptop, which has a fast NVIDIA graphics card, and I'm going to manually glaze it with the app until I get just the right results, play with the sliders and things like that. I've just been lazy, I haven't gotten around to it. Once I have played with the sliders, then I will post it. I might also save it till Nightshade comes out, so I can Nightshade something new, because most people haven't seen this one. Any Pacific alternatives for pine needles? They don't grow here. They don't? I feel like there's, maybe the needles of any kind of evergreen would do. Would you say to enjoy art, you should try to make it look good through the process? I found being more careful has helped me feel better while drawing, but you have to balance it with looseness. I personally am finding that I care less and less about looseness, considerations of speed, even carefulness is a weird way to frame art. I think ideas of like, are you being careful or not? Are you going fast? Are you going slow? All of these kinds of questions are sort of impinged onto art by our society and our markets at this point. Like those things all seem to arise from how you're trying to fit art into your life, doing it for work. You know, are you going to be able to deliver on time and things like that? And as long as you're doing it within those contexts, yeah, those constructs will be relevant at a certain point, but none of that is in touch with the simple nature of the raw act of creation. If you remove expectations and wondering what you're supposed to do or what you're supposed to be able to do, you just work at one rate. You should find the pace that feels slow and delicious to you. And everyone's pace there is going to be a little different, right? One person may work faster than another if you were to compare them, but within that mind space, I think it's possible that every artist feels the same. They're unhurried. Very importantly, they would be willing to make as many corrections as necessary to make the best picture possible. They wouldn't be getting frustrated when things go wrong, and you would be able to move easily between getting ideas down very quickly and going at a rate that allows you to beautify the picture as you go, which is important. As you said, make it look good through the process. Like, the picture can only get good now, right? You shouldn't push it off forever, right? You should always be making the picture more and more beautiful. Steven, could you share some advice on at-home lighting? I mostly work at night after work and my head is killing me. I have an expensive LED lamp, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Usually that eye pain is caused by, there's too much contrast. From what I understand, there's too much contrast between the brightness of your monitor and the background behind it, the dark room. So just light your room. I think it's actually pretty simple. I'm in a pretty dark room right now, just because the sun would be coming right in my eyes if I open my blinds right now. So I have a light, a softbox, not pointed at me, but I have it pointed at the wall behind my monitor to illumine the wall a little bit and reduce the contrast between the brightness of the monitor and the wall behind it. It's not doing great because I have black blankets up on the wall, but it does help a little bit. Thank you, Iqbal. How many hours did that take you approximately? It's 10 days. I didn't, but that's 10 calendar days. I had a vacation in the middle there. Or not a vacation, but I went away for a 3-day weekend with my in-laws. So 10, probably 3 days I didn't work, 7. And then it was probably 3 to 4 hours a day. So somewhere 20 to 30 hours probably if you had it on the clock. That's what I would guess. I mean, it's digital. It's pretty fast compared to, you know, if I was doing this in pencil or something like that, it would take quite a bit longer. Ooh, my chat is glitching. Goodbye, Tanish. Hello, Cynthia. What size is this painting by pixels? I think it's 5100 tall. Yeah. I usually work around 5K because it's a good mix between being high res and not slowing down my computer too much. I mean, it does slow it down a bit, but it's tolerable. Especially if I'm recording. I can record and work at 5K reasonably well. Let's do some sketching, yeah? Let me try to think about what I would sketch. We can maybe poke on this one a bit too. I just want to do some happy sketching for a moment before I get stuck into working on something that already exists. $5,000, yeah. That's not that big. I mean, if I wasn't recording stuff, and I usually record just about everything these days, because I've, you know, I don't know if you guys know, but I have a YouTube channel and stuff like that. But if I wasn't recording, I would work twice that pretty often. I've spent a lot of time working on files that are like 15,000 pixels across, things like that, especially for work. I've done a lot of really big files for jobs. If your computer can handle it, if it's not slowing you down, in Photoshop, the stopgap tends to be if your brushes stop working well at that size. But if your computer can handle it, there's very little reason, there's few drawbacks to it. It really only has benefits. Oh, sorry. I need to open my door a little because I didn't realize my dog was trapped in here. She might want to go be with my wife. There you go, pup. You can escape anytime now. Who's a good girl? You're all right. What? Don't look at me like that. I just wanted you to be able to get out. Ash says, after a year on the video you made on AI, do you feel the same now? And do you feel the law is coming into place more and more to help us artists? Well, on the second part, there's no, I mean, the law is not there yet. These things take a very long time. I have been humbled to find out just how long it will likely take. Stuff like this takes a long time, especially if it's going to be big and robust. So on the legislative side, things are going to take a long time. On the litigative side, things are also going to take a long time. Like the class action that Carla is a part of, for example, something like that is going to take a long time, probably. We're talking on the order of years, unfortunately. So yeah, I think it's one of those, it's a marathon, not a sprint things. As to do I feel the same now? I've thought about this. I actually had a little discussion about this with myself when I was recording the 100K Q&A extravaganza, and I wound up taking it out because it just felt it became too much of a big divergence right in the middle of it. I do basically stand by everything that I said in the video at this point. The tone, you know, maybe I went too, well, sometimes now in hindsight, I feel like maybe I went too far in the tone, but that's just a gut reaction. Then when I think about it, I'm like, I was pissed, you know, and I only feel like that tone is a little worrying now that I've been able to do stuff, you know. Certainly if I was living in a counterfactual reality where I did not then get to go do direct action, like in Washington and things like that about it, I wouldn't be worried about the tone at all. Yeah, everything that's in there, I basically stand by it. I have been, it's interesting to see how a lot of the things that I said in there, they keep coming back up, you know, like interestingly, you know, Sam Altman got ejected from OpenAI and it's all over the news suddenly, their weird corporate structure. And everyone's talking about it like, oh, you know, I'll never really notice this. Like, isn't it weird that it's a nonprofit that's running a for-profit company and like talking about the strangeness of it? And it's like, I had that in the video. I pointed out in that video all this time ago that that's fucking weird. You know, I researched that. I found that out. It's not like other people didn't know. It's just for my knowledge, I found it on my own by reading their blogs and investigating their incorporation papers and things like that. So it's just been interesting to see all of those things. And there's other things like that in the video sort of come up as time has gone on, sort of have their time in the news spotlight. The big thing that I thought I regretted immediately after I posted it was talking too much about the mega feed. I got over that really quick. I think even though that's the part nobody talks about, the parts of that video where I discussed the mega feed and the dystopian future of bespoke art, that's still the most important part of that video for me. And I do think that is coming, unfortunately. I think that they will get there. I think that too will have that part will live through that. I think we'll live through that, unfortunately. But we'll see. I've been having trouble with my stream setup lately. Ever since I updated some stuff, I updated OBS and Mac OS, and you guys know, why do we update? Why? You know, there's one app you want to use and you have to update for it, and then you suffer the consequences. Like, it always breaks things to update. So I'm streaming I used to be able to stream or record no problem in 4K. And I used to be able to stream at 2160p, 1440p, no problem. And it don't do that no more. So streams will be in 1080p for a while. Apologies if you liked watching and 1440p. But also, even at 1080p, I'm getting weird lag in my Photoshop. Very annoying. I'm probably gonna have to bite the bullet and roll back my updates at some point if I don't find a solution. And then if that don't work, it's probably time for a new computer. Planned obsolescence. It's a shame visual artists don't have the same union as the writers looking out for them, since the writers union managed to block AI-generated scripts. I bring it up in almost every meeting that I take on this topic, that visual artists don't have the same kinds of union protections and union advantages as other fields. It does suck. Do you think we'll ever get as serious where protesting becomes the only way to get our point across? Yeah. I think Nightshade will be that. I don't think Nightshade is like an ace in the hole to wait to use or something. I think as soon as Nightshade is out, it's time to start using it. What's Nightshade? It is a poisoning attack against the AI models. It'll be, well, I actually don't know if it's going to come out first as a separate app or as a web app. But if you're familiar with Glaze, it'll be like you run a Glaze process, and then there'll be a secondary process you can run where you can nightshade an image, which will, yeah, instead of it being defensive, it'll be an attack. And if an AI system ingests that and ingests enough of them, it can cause the collapse of whole categories of prompts and things like that. And even if it corrupts enough, it could cause total model collapse, it seems. Just saying total model collapse is like it's like drinking a shot of whiskey or something. Feel all warm in my stomach. Never heard of Nightshade. Sounds awesome. Always coming. Always coming. Oh, you will hear about it. When Nightshade comes out, we'll have some streams where we'll just sit there in Nightshade and chat. Nightshade all night with your host, Steven Zapata. Nightshade all night. Little caricatures like this are so fun to draw. What are we drawing today? I don't know. Doing a little caricature head to start out, and then maybe we'll go work on that. Or I've got some stuff I need to design, so I could keep going on this stuff. I could try to do a digital version of these polar bear guys. Bunch of stuff I could do. The question is what? What will I actually do? Bradley Smith says, hi, Sturvin. Super happy to catch a stream again. Is there a stream schedule moving forward? I am focusing on videos for a while. I am trying to bring streaming back more regularly. It's just, I haven't quite decided what I'm going to do with the streams. They might break off into their own channel. That is the way it's looking right now. That's probably what I should do. But, you know, obviously I'm very lazy to set that up because there's a bunch to be done to get that going. So I'm kind of like a little putting off streaming because I don't want to do that. But we'll see. It's not guaranteed it'll go that way. Stop Fear says they could sue if they can trace which persons do it and how. Negative. Negativo. I can totally see these companies trying to sue Nightshade developers and or users for data poisoning. Nope. I mean, don't listen to me. I'm some guy on the internet. But anyone who's telling you that they know that those companies would sue or that they could has no idea what they're talking about. They're not lawyers. It's your stuff. You should be free to do whatever you want to it. And there's just nothing in the rule books that say that we are under an obligation to provide clean data for for-profit AI companies. And again, you know, it's up to you. You know, you can listen to any uninformed whoever on the internet and, you know, just take everything with a grain of salt. I'm saying for me, I have had conversations with legal professionals. And I'll just say I'm not worried. But you're not part of those conversations. You make your own decisions. Ash says, sorry to be annoying. I'm doing research on AI art for my university project and feel like your opinion is very important. Last question, what's your take on Adobe's AI? I didn't see did you have other questions? Did I answer them? I don't know. What's your take on Adobe's AI? Do you think this is more of a tool? I don't think any of them are tools. They're marketed explicitly as replacements. There's not, you have to do a lot of mental gymnastics to trick yourself into thinking it's a tool. To all of my coworkers, peers, friends out there, I don't know how you got fooled. It's obviously a replacement. It's obviously devaluing all of the skills that you've built forever and ever. And if you let this become an industry norm, every piece that you do is just approaching the critical mass that any company needs to create an adequate simulacra of you. Not a good one, right? I'm not saying that it can actually do what you do, but we know as artists, and especially as professional artists, that we can do much more than what we're hired for most of the time. So that's why I say an adequate simulacra of you. So no, it's not a tool. I think it's very explicitly a replacement. Adobe is leaping up and trying to take the mantle of ethical AI. Let's say moral AI at this point because you know, ethics come from without. But they're just leaping up too quick. I'm not going to say that what Adobe is doing with Firefly isn't legal. It's clearly legal, right? They have the rights to all of that stuff that they got with a work for hire contract with a complete transfer of copyright and ownership. But that doesn't mean that it's just at all. I mean, most of the stock images that they use to train Firefly were made with images that they've collected over years and years, and most of those years you would have considered anybody who thought that an image and art producing AI was right on the threshold, you would have thought they were crazy. So if the people who were providing those stock images were taking that seriously, which again, I don't think they should have, right? It's an unexpected event, the emergence of high quality image AI so quickly, text to image models so quickly. Do you really think that they would have offered up their life's work and their labor for so little on a total transfer, with a total transfer of copyright and ownership? Do you really think they would have done that if they knew that that was going to be feeding someone that would replace their a system that would replace their livelihood? I just don't think so. So I'm not saying what they did isn't legal, but no, I don't think it's ethical or moral. I think that the work for hire contract is restrictive. The United States is really the only developed nation that has a work for hire contracts as a norm that are so utterly oppressive and that take people's rights away completely. We don't have moral rights on the books either. So yeah, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's a tool. It is a replacement. I am 40 and I want to remind you that when digital art became very good, it also felt to us analog artists that our work is devalued, but I hate AI generator art with a passion. I'm going to push back on that. I understand that the appeal to history has a strong emotional valence, but I would argue that I believe this is objectively different. The arising of digital art, the arising of photo bashing, all of those things may have called into question the structure of the industry, the deadlines that were expected from people, whether making the art was fun, right? And those things are also being called into question with AR generators. The difference is that this revolution is powered by robbing you, by robbing artists. That hasn't happened before. This is objectively different. The appeals to history they don't make sense to me. They're non sequiturs as far as I'm concerned in this consideration. None of these, to make a camera, no one had to walk into a oil painting gallery and take photos of the oil paintings to make the camera work. They were completely parallel and separate technologies, and the same goes for the arising of digital art tools. We can imagine digital art tools having arisen if traditional technology had never arisen, right? Oil painting was a technology in its time. Even pencil drawing was a technology in its time. Oil painting was considered a cutting edge technology when it came out. It was the most sophisticated way to create reproductions of something that looked real. It was a technological advancement. You can imagine digital art having arisen without oil painting ever having arisen. These generative AI systems, however, it's clear that they never would have been possible without our work. It's built into their very structure. That is how they work. If they were a parallel and separate technology, if they had nothing to do with us, if they didn't need our data, if they didn't need our images, if they didn't need our labor to define the set of categories that they can produce, we'd be having a different discussion. I'd be having why the hell do we want the benefits of labor to accrue to machines that can't feel joy or can't benefit from their labor? Why would we want the benefits of labor to accrue to them instead of to us, right? But I wouldn't be having this conversation about how you shouldn't make these machines, they shouldn't exist, things like that. It's a different conversation. It's an absolutely different conversation as far as I'm concerned. The hinge point is that they are cannibalizing us. That's different. Stephen, I'd love to know your thoughts on this. Do you think artists and art can be separated? Because I believe that all these problems of devaluing art started because of this very separation. Well, if I take that as sort of the classic argument of the death of the author, right? So people usually have the death of the author discussion in a very ultimate way. They're like, you either can separate art from artist or you can't, and sort of that applies everywhere. As you know, from where I stand, or if you've listened to these streams for a long time, or if you've watched the videos on my channel, you know that I think art is utterly structureless for the most part. So in light of that, I think that there are situations where you can separate the artist and where you can't. And that comes from different angles. There's going to be times when the audience can or cannot separate the art from the artist. And there's going to be times where the artist makes it so that they can or cannot be separated from the art. And I just think that's possible. I think it's possible. I think you can make, if you craft it that way, you can make an art piece where, you know, even if someone could sort of forcibly like pretend the art exists in a vacuum and has nothing to do with the artist, it would sort of be a vacuous and shallow interpretation of the art, so brutally so that it would basically invalidate that analysis. I do think that's possible if you link it so intimately with you. I mean, if you make an autobiographical piece of art, what in God's name is the purpose of evaluating that in abstractum from the biography? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, at that point, it's the person's interpretation that becomes the artwork. You know, they're the one doing the creative act necessary to, through toil, separate out the objective art piece from the autobiographical element. So in that case in extremis, yeah, I just think you can, there's gonna be times when you can, times when you can't. People want an ultimate answer to the death of the author question, but I just don't think it exists, you know? It's easier with certain forms of art and things like that. Like if you're an illustrator, you make storytelling pieces and things like that, I think it's much easier to separate out the artist and just focus on the story that's being told. And yeah, as to that contributing to the devaluing of artists, I think if we push it philosophically, it goes a little bit too far. It gets unwieldy. I think the devaluing that we most commonly experience for artists, that is them getting paid less and them not getting recognition, I don't think that's about death of the author. I think that that's about work for hire contracts. I think for the most part it's work for hire contracts that do that. The work for hire contract standard in the United States is what makes it so that you only see the Marvel movie, you only see the TV show, and you barely experience the artist behind it. And that's because with the work for hire contract, the companies can just say, we made it. And that's it. That's all the discussion that they have to have. Every time that they even mention anyone on the team on a, you know, behind the scenes DVD or something like that, it's basically an act of benevolence by the company. There is nothing compelling them to honor the right people who created the actual thing, unless they're above the line and they have union contracts and things like that. I think that's mostly what's devaluing artists. I think that the knock-on effects of the work for hire contract have been brutal for the world of art. James, how are you, buddy? James says, Stephen, buddy, I had this thought after watching Twin Peaks. I can't imagine AI ever being able to create anything so unique and original since it's devoid of intention. I think at best you'll get a simulacrum of art, but it has no character. That's good. Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard to imagine faking something like Twin Peaks, yeah. Who knows, though? James says, Twin Peaks is my creative goalpost. It's time to pivot, James. You've got to make the animated version of Twin Peaks. right, I don't want to do another one of these abstract heads. Let's put this juice into poking on some of this. And what do I want to do? I'll poke on this for a minute. We'll see if it captures my attention. Let me move my puppet guy here. All right, fine. Okay, no. Go back in time. Copy merged. MDJ stands for Midjourney. I am Midjourney. Thanks for going to DC on behalf of us art nerds. My pleasure, James. My pleasure. Aaron Blaze said he was hired by Disney when he was like 22 and he didn't even know how to animate. The studio wanted to teach him. I feel like that wouldn't happen today. Yeah, probably not. The industry has moved on from that, I think. Because they have so many people to choose from now. Maybe if you had something really special to offer, but what would you have to offer that to an animation studio that wasn't animation, you know? I feel like they would be impressed and interested because they saw an animation you made. But what do I know? Shit, what do I know? Yeah, the Shadiversity stuff is fascinating. Let's put it like that. Or at least I'll put it like that. It's like, why, man? Why? Let me look at what boxing gloves look like real quick. It's not at all what I wanted them to look like. Guess you don't really see the thumb. Search old-timey boxing gloves. Kurisu says, do you think that the reason is that studios can outsource animation, CGI overseas where unions don't exist and they can pay people pennies? I mean, that has an effect now, but even the outsourcing companies overseas are gonna get hit by AI. I mean, no one's gonna be safe from AI if we don't do something. It's not like AI is only gonna put local artists out of work. It'll put the outsourcers out of work too. Stephen, be serious. He's a professional level artist and he's just pushing his stuff to the next level. You're just jealous. I can't even interface with all that shad stuff because it's so, it hurts my heart, man. I can't even, I cannot. I cannot. It's too painful to watch. The thing that keeps me optimistic is that I think we will have an ever-growing indie market, similar to how indie games thrive in a world of AAA titles from an animation standpoint. That is the hopeful future. I'm in. I want that too. If we can't get this crap regulated. It's not that hard. It's not that big of a pill to swallow. Just, you can't steal everyone's shit to do whatever you want with it. It's just that. Just that. If we establish that, a lot gets better. It's just a lot of momentum right now for it to be okay to steal everyone's crap. What's the name of the boxer beanie guy? I don't know. I should know, but I don't know. What do you think of Adam Duff's take on, wasn't Adam Duff, on Shad? I haven't heard it. I don't know. I try to avoid drama. As tempting as it is, I don't think it's good for the brain. I'm in a lucky. It's not all drama, right? The public discussion is important. Do I want to say that? It is, right? I mean, you know. God, what do I actually believe about this? Let me think. I don't know. I'm just going to admit that I don't know. I'm not convinced the culture war stuff isn't important just on Twitter. And I don't use Twitter. But people who I really respect and who are smarter than I think it's really important. So I sort of look at it and I'm like, there's probably something there. I'm just temperamentally like not that person, so I have trouble understanding it. But I also have to acknowledge that I am in a privileged position. It's like all of this online culture stuff, the drama stuff, it's easy for me to not pay attention to it because I'm like, I can look at everything and be like, I'll see you in Washington, right? Or I'll see you in court. Like I get to do something. I have an outlet. I have something that I get to do that feels real to me and feels right to me. Those other people, or people involved in that drama, right? They clearly think that's important and that that's an outlet for them and that has to happen. I just don't. For me personally, I don't see it that way. So yeah, I just don't, never been a drama person like that. Did I explain myself well enough there at all? It's just like, why would I give a fuck what someone like Shad is saying when I can talk to a senator? I don't. Omar, what's up, buddy? Omar says, damn, I haven't seen you for too long. What's going on with this hair, baby girl? Dude, my hair is about the same length as it was the last time you saw me. It's just that I usually when you see me, I've taken a shower recently, my hair is wet. This is bedhead, so it's like, it's full, this isn't, you know. This is full, you know, bedhead height right there. Once I've, you know, showered for the day and all that, it calms down. It cuts the height in half. It's got some moisture in it and all that. Art Space Carter says, what is doing on here? I don't know, man. We drawn. Curry Sue says, because so many people are terminally online, influencers with vast followings have more impact on what people think than politicians. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I guess I just like, don't really care what people think. You know, the politicians are the ones who will make the difference. You know, people can think whatever, and laws and regulations will still not go their way. You know, maybe I'm just being brutally realistic about it, but government is happy to pass laws that nobody agrees with. So I'm trying to be on the right side of that one, you know? I don't really care what people think. It's just doesn't seem to have much impact. Not on things like this. You gotta fight the money, not the Twitter zeitgeist. AI jail for nerds who don't draw good. That's funny. The one who smocks says, are we mixing up shad base with shadiversity? I'm talking about Sword Art Online. That's the shot I'm talking about. I'm talking about here's why lightsabers wouldn't work. I can't talk shit. I draw goblins on the internet for a living, so I really don't have a lot of room to talk shit. Cursed Fetus says, would you draw anything for $1 million? Would you feel bad after drawing something turbo nasty for that money? There's definitely, I would draw most things for $1 million, and I think you'd be stupid not to, but there's definitely, it's easy to imagine a few things that could be in that email that you'd be like, nope, not even for $1 million. There are plenty of things that it's just not worth it. You can't put a price on your dignity, you know? Even an anime girl, Steven? See, that's what that's one of the things I was imagining. It's like, you can't put a price on your dignity. I would never. It's surprisingly fun to draw these chunkin' like wooden nutcracker forms, actually. I'm surprised by how fun that is. Since I heard your phrase, I draw goblins for a living, my first time in Art Cafe podcast, first time in the Art Cafe podcast, I use it regularly. I hope you don't mind. I mean, it's it is what a lot of us do. It's not inaccurate. If you're in the like illustration, world building kind of a world, like it just is what a lot of us do. Especially if you're just kind of drawing, if you're not working to a prompt, if you're just drawing random stuff, I feel like D&D stuff is kind of where a lot of people's heads go if it doesn't go to just like drawing cute people and stuff like that. Fantasy is definitely ascendant right now. It kind of looks like Lord Farquaad, the haircut. Bernardo says, thank you for being such a big influence for me, Stephen. Hey, you're welcome. Happy to help however I can. Happy drawing to you. Oops. This piece feels vaguely related to current events, but it's also quite strange, so I won't presume to know exactly what it's about. This one actually does have a reason behind it, but I don't want to feel married to it, so I'm not gonna talk about it. It's not random, it is an illustration, but I want to have the freedom to depart from it. So I don't want to color the perception by talking about it too much. Vadim says, how did you get such a bulletproof mindset? Bro, it's art. It's art. It's like bulletproof. What bullets? It's not like I'm in fucking Fallujah or something. It's art. It costs nothing to have a bulletproof mindset. Like, why waste your time being worried about it? It's just drawings. It is the easiest thing in the world to have a bulletproof mindset about. Tuma says, hello, Stephen. Hello, chat. I have a hard time finding my footings in Photoshop with things like brushwork and brush economy. Any tips? Keep it simple. I use the round brush for most everything. Just keep it very simple and get sucked into the work. I think the workflow that a lot of people find themselves in is you kind of use 1 or 2 brushes for 95% of the work, and then you use the more complicated brushes like texture brushes and stuff like that. You use it right at the, maybe not right at the end, but just like only for these very minimal cases where you need to put down a particular texture, and it only amounts to like 5% of the total work. I know a lot of people for whom that's the case, and it's certainly the case for me. You know, people get really caught up with things like brushwork and things like that, and wanting the strokes to sort of look good in the abstract and all that, but you need to remember that the brushstrokes need to say something. They actually need to be communicating something. You know, like brushstrokes can be beautiful on their own, but they're never going to look right if you're trying to communicate form. And, you know, if you're trying to communicate form and you have beautiful individual brushstrokes, but those brushstrokes are not indicating any modeling factors, it's never going to look right. You know, it's not going to be interesting that they're beautiful on their own, and it's not going to contribute to the picture that they're beautiful on their own. Do you think you'll take this one to color? I don't know. I think I would probably want to do, if I was going to go all the way on this one, I think I would want to do another sketch, another take at the idea, and compare them. I had done some little color test there just to see if I was in the right value range to color it later. What layer did I do that on? Goodbye, sun. See ya. How do I determine which color to start painting? Should I start with lighter tones, then move upwards? It depends what your painting process is, unfortunately. There's no easy answer for that. You need to experiment. Like, if I'm, like for example, if I know I'm going to try to colorize a black and white with color layers, then it depends which kind of color layer I think I'll want to use. Like if I want to do it with mostly overlays, then it behooves me to paint low contrast and start darker, because overlay goes light very, very quickly. So if you start if the picture is kind of dark in the grays, it tends to look good when you colorize it with overlay. But it's like, you need to get a feel for that stuff. As the years wear on, it's the only way. If you're going straight to color, you go for the light, you know. You gotta have the light clear in your head first. What's the nature of the light? And usually it's a good idea to work that out separate, do it in thumbnails or something like that. And then once you feel like you've captured the feeling of the light, then cleanly transfer that to the actual picture. Always nice to try to capture the difference between long grain and end grain on wood, if you can. Ezathel says, hey Stephen, hair looking on fleek today, for real, for real. It's bedhead. It's wild, it's out of control. I need my winter hair to keep me warm, all right? Hey, Steven, did you use the option to transform selection and not the pixels? Yeah, I do that all the time. I have a shortcut for it. Having transform selection on a shortcut is highly advisable. Oh, hello, my little dingus. Hello, put that tongue away. You put that tongue away. How you doing, Pop? Who's a good little girl? Yeah. Yeah, what's up? It's far too early for your cookie. You're 2 hours early. You just bored? Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Yeah. 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 Go on, go see what she's up to. Go on. Go to bed. Cursed Feta says, "Hey, Steven, how do you manage to always have something to talk about? I'm being too hard on myself to always have something to speak about." What do you mean? Like on a stream? Do you do streaming? Are you a fellow practitioner of the art stream? I don't know if you're asking about streaming. Chat makes it easy. I have no one to thank but chat. These very kind people who will watch me draw will ask me questions, and that makes it easy. If they're not asking me questions, I just kind of shut up and actually draw for a minute, or I'll just mumble to myself about what I'm doing. Make that a little grayer. Erase that. No, make that a little lighter. Or I'll just cough. It's always fun. Coughing is grade A content. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Do what David Finch does. Ask your extroverted wife to do all the talking. I think it would wind up being the reverse around here. I think if I had my wife reading my comments, there'd be like, you know, dozens of questions. And I'd be like, any questions? And she'd be like, none of it really seems that important. The wood guy looks menacing. Would you think you could win a fist fight with him? I don't think so. There's very few people I could beat in a fist fight. Ow, my drawing hand. Oh no, it really hurts. I really can't hurt my hand, guys. This is why Steven has actually trained to develop Chun-Li legs to spare his hands in street fight scenarios. Very true, Nate, very true. Very, very true, very, very true. My legs are definitely stronger than my arms just because running is my exercise of choice. Imagine if I had Chun-Li legs, dude. You think I have problems with the feet fetishists now? If I had Chun-Li legs attached to these feet, they'd never leave me be. My foot wiki page would. The photos would start getting taller and taller and taller. Joe says, have been punched in face by Steven. 10 out of 10 does hurt. That was, I wouldn't say that one was a fair fight. Clue says, hey, I just wanted to thank you for the drawing meditation videos. They're awesome and help reinforce staying focused, taking time to draw, and refocus on creativity. Very glad to hear it, Clue. That's what they're there for. That's what they're there for. More coming. Can you talk about what are interviews for art jobs like? What do they want to know? Well, the art industries are portfolio first. So usually, unless you're going for like a supervisor position, the interviews are just to see if you're a good fit for the team. So you need to kind of not be crazy. But if you're getting an interview and you've already submitted a portfolio or they've seen it, which is going to be the case 99% of the time, they already think you can do the job. You know, the actual drawing part of the job. If you're going for, I mean, you probably wouldn't be asking this question if you were, but if you're going for a more like not an entry-level position, if you're going for supervisor or senior or stuff like that, then they're checking for more things in those interviews. They're seeing if you can communicate your ideas well, because you have to like lead people and mentor people in those positions and things like that. So they're checking for that stuff in those interviews. Every now and then you get the rare job where, this hasn't ever happened to me, but I've heard stories from friends where they make you draw in the interview. But from my interpretation, I don't know for sure, but from my interpretation, the stories I've heard, it's mostly just to fuck with you. Just to have some fun with you. So again, it really feels, it's more like it's more like they're testing if you're a good fit for the team, you know? I think a lot of the times they're trying to see if you're too nervous a person. You know, most artists are very nervous people. They may just not want that energy in the studio. So when I say if they're testing if you're a good fit, I think they're seeing if can you just calm down a little bit, you know? Can you resist manifesting classic artist energy for 30 minutes? Autumn Rose said, I almost forgot to ask, but what do you think about the whole mindset art is a sport type stuff? I'm gonna be honest, I hate it. Yeah, I think I've been pretty exhaustive on those points in the videos on this YouTube channel. I just think it's completely wrong. I don't think art is anything. It's a useful game to play for some people. while they're young and full of piss and vinegar and all that, they need to make art into something sort of, for a lot of cultural reasons, I think they feel the need to make art into something that it isn't, so that their dad will take it seriously or their mom will take it seriously, and so they'll let them go to college for it, or so that they can sort of put on this air, you know, with their friends and when they're at parties and be like, yeah, no, you know, I'm not that, you know, I'm not a starving artist. I'm not that kind of art. I'm not very bohemian. You know, art's a sport, you know, it's, you know, you do it like this, and you can have success. And did you know people make money off of it? Yeah, I bet you didn't know there's like concept artists and all this. And it's like, I get it. I did it too. But you got to see that for what it is. You know, it's just a social game. You know, it's social positioning. It's not real at all. I get why you do it, you know, it's annoying to have the thing that you love so much and that you're pursuing with all your heart sort of be devalued by everybody that you talk to, but it's not real, you know. That's not what art is. In some way, everything is a social game, no? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The only problem is forgetting it. It's not a problem that everything is a social game. It's just, the problem is forgetting that, getting caught up in it. You know you've forgotten when you're suffering over it. What about this guy? Should I poke at this guy now that our wood guy is more worked up? Or let's see if I want to switch to something else. Hey Stephen, recently my art has gotten not safe for work, but it was making me feel guilty because it didn't feel like real art, but your recent drawing meditation freed me from that mindset, so thank you. I'm very glad. I am glad. Be free, be free. Yeah, as I say in that meditation, all that matters is that it matters to you. You've got to be very, extremely radically accepting of what you're finding important at the time. And don't worry about what anybody else thinks. Even me, right? And by not meaning specifically me, but I mean people that you've been like me, like someone you're going to listen to online or an art teacher or something like that. Even disregard what we think, you know? You know, in something like that meditation, I'm talking about how it doesn't ultimately matter what other people's thoughts about the kind of art you're making are, right? But me as a person, as a little Steven, I have my own preferences, right? I might not like the kind of art that you're doing in terms of my personal taste, and that should mean absolutely nothing to you. And that shouldn't prevent my advice on that topic from being applicable, because I'm saying, don't worry about it. Don't worry about what the hell I like. Don't worry about what anyone else likes. You can worry about it when there's a wholesome time for that, when it makes good sense. But you've got to follow what you're interested in. Do you have any tips for managing the values of the form versus the values of patterns, like those tattoos on that character? Well, it's a value scale question. The starting point is just making sure that you have enough value range, or you've arranged your value range in such a way that both the lighter portion and the graphic can darken when they transition into the shadow. Let me see, what can I do to make that clear? It's like, I won't even do this with a multiply layer. I'll do this by hand. It's like if you have a light gray and a dark gray, let's say that that's the tattoo or the graphic or whatever, and when they transition into shadow, they lose their separate identities. That's what makes it feel like the lighting is not working. If you just leave enough value range so that there can be a separation between the two in both the light and the shadow, I picked those values arbitrarily, right? I didn't do halfway to black. I'm not using a multiply layer that reduces them by the exact same amount. It's literally just if there is a noticeable difference between the two values in both the light and the shadow, that'll do it. And then you can get more tricky from there. But at its core, I think that when you're sketching, drawing, and laying things out, that's really all you need to think about. You can get more tricky afterwards. The problem is that most people don't. What messes people up is that they don't think about it in terms of the shadow, in terms of what happens when you transition a shadow. John the Fool says, Steven, I draw and paint with real pencil and pen and paintbrush. I don't know this CGI stuff. Do you recommend this to me? No, not unless you feel you need it for, you want to go into the commercial industries or something. If you don't have a specific requirement like that, not at all. Don't worry about it. Just keep doing your traditional stuff. Do what makes you happy. If you want to go into the industries, it's probably at this point necessary to know some digital, at least for fixing things. But there's still plenty of artists who really only do traditional paintings in the commercial sector, and they just, edit them in Photoshop when they're done to dial things in and then email them off. Maybe it's more rare, but it does happen. There's still plenty of them out there. Goodbye, Zachary. It doesn't matter if you're drawing anime waifus line and the meditation made me lol. Yeah, well, no reason to take the meditative air pretenses too seriously. We're still just trying to draw goblins here, you know? We're not monks sitting around in robes. That would be cool, though. Saman says, anime waifus are very serious business. One day you will all understand. I mean, seriously. As long as they're serious business to you, that's all that matters. Oh, God bless you. May the angels bless you. Loving the droopiness on the nose. Yeah, I like the asymmetrical nostrils. Always something fun to play with. Too much, too much, too much. Livin says, I'm almost done with my piece. Oh, sorry guys, I gotta stretch and yawn. Okay. Livin says, I'm almost done with my piece, going to publish it soon. I'm hungry for views and likes. Should I be ashamed of myself? Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Don't be ashamed. It's natural, but do recognize that those companies have invested a lot of money into making you feel that way. Don't forget that your hunger for views and likes is value they invented and whose benefits accrue mostly to them. I love the way the unfinished guy looks and that chubby guy. It's just fun to draw a bunch of weirdos. That Eraserhead cut is looking slick, G. Yeah, I want it twice as tall, and then I'm gonna shave it aggressively. I'm gonna look like someone has that haircut on Hey Arnold. I forgot his name. He's Arnold's best friend. What the hell was his name? Was it Harold? No, it's Gerald. I want Gerald's haircut from Hey Arnold. Hell yeah. I'm looking at it right now and I'm like, that's my destiny, dude. I can get there. I believe in myself. Okay, I gotta... God, that's wild. All right, here's... What's psychotic about this design? I'm gonna point it out to you right here. What, I should just leave him up there standing on top of that guy's head. What is psychotic about this design is that part. That's what's genius. This is freedom. That's crazy. I mean, anybody else. The fact that it's not all hair, like I absolutely would have, why would you not do it like that? You know, to imply that the top of his head is actually shaped that way with that little bit that's visible, that's crazy. To not even pull the punch with like sideburns coming down here. To have it just be raw and exposed like that, God, that's crazy. God, that's crazy. That's nuts. That is nuts. That's so wild. Stephen, when you make your storyboard, very good by the way, are you talking about Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Stephen Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1? I'm going to assume you are. I remember the work of Rochette, the French artist who drew La Transperce, I cannot pronounce that, Snowpiercer. You know his work? I do not. I've seen Snowpiercer, But I did not know Snowpiercer was a comic. I'll put it in a tab to look at later. Why can't I click? Just let me click. I didn't know Snowpiercer was a comic first. I've seen the remake, because aren't there 2 Snowpiercer movies? Maybe not. Maybe what I was thinking of is that it was based on a comic. Whoa, some of this stuff looks really cool. Crazy page layouts. Nice, nice, nice. Draw yourself with the cut. Dum 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 dum. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes, I can see it. My future. So soon. So soon, dear friends. With your support, I will be there. So soon. It won't be long now. I'm beautiful, stunning, incredible. Yes. Character design yourself, baby. Imagine the most beautiful future for yourself. If you work hard, if you really believe in yourself, if you stop being so lazy, you can look however you want. So get out there and get it. Get out there and get it. Oh, man. Won't be long now, boys. Won't be long now. We'll get there. It will be mine, for the record. I will achieve this. My foppish credentials will be without denial once I've got my hair that tall. When I've got that Gerald hair. And I'll walk around all day with a comb. And I'll be brushing it like this. Because it's way up here. Just talking with you like, what's up? Oh, nothing. How's your day? Yep. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I gotta move this guy. I don't like him there. Family of birds could live in there too. Dude, it'll be awesome. The possibilities are endless once I've got that. It'll be like I'm wearing a hair cage of menses on my head. It's gonna be dope. I don't like this guy. He needs an angle, you know? He's just ahead right now. I'm gonna rethink him. Listening to this on speaker, and husband started listening at the wrong time. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Many have asked that question. Answers are not forthcoming. Maybe we do a long man? Another long man? Tiny eyes. Maybe. Maybe a dog? You know how this is how dogs look. Oh my God. It's a bit much even for me. It's like transmogrify people as much as you want, but leave the dogs alone. Let's see if there's somewhere else I would want to put him. No, doesn't look like he's popping right out. It's probably time to, like I said, if I want to keep going with this, I probably would want to redo the, do a new sketch. Look at it from a different angle. It's probably time to do that instead of playing around with putting dogs. I was watching videos on animals with ravens last night and now I'm having flashbacks. It's a bit much. It is a bit much. Bravely unto the breach go we. Let me open my blinds. It's getting a little dark in here. If he is an eldritch horror, my first idea is that he is a hound of tindalos. He must be a kind of space dog. Well, I'd argue it's an interdimensional dog. The hounds of tindalos. I used to assign Hounds of Tindalos as one of the short stories to design for back when I taught production design. Goodbye, John. Thank you for the kind words. Do you use a lacquer to preserve your drawings? I don't. Yeah, I don't seal my drawings. Just the way that I do them, they don't smudge very easily, you know. I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed to it if I ever had a problem with smudging, but I've never really like smudged a drawing in a really bad way. And I just get a little worried that, you know, a lot of the sprays, they accelerate the yellowing. And I know a lot of them say they're archival and won't yellow paper and stuff like that, but I just don't know if I should trust it. It just feels like I might as well keep as few variables in play as possible. If I did like charcoal drawings or something like that, obviously I would have to fix them, but I don't know, for the most part, graphite stays put. Hello, Steven. You got any quick tips for drawing arms and legs in perspective? You mean like foreshortening? Just make, if you're trying to do deep foreshortening, the foundation is to just make each part as it's coming towards you longer than the part behind it. So it's like, if you got an arm, there's the deltoid, then the upper arm is a little longer, the lower arm is a little longer than that. And then the fist looky really long. So if I added a thing here, you could see that deltoid short. That's longer. That's longer. And then that's longest. See that? Makes sense? That's the foundation. Obviously, foreshortening is really, you know, it gets really finicky once you get into the details because it's just about not just that happening to the overall forms, but to the little, each individual little 2D shape that indicates the anatomy and stuff like that. So it gets much more complicated than that, but that's the foundation. What is with all of the Roadrunner talk? Roadrunner is a Shoggoth? Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Roadrunner goes meet, not Tikelali! Tikelali! Shoggoth shape-shifting into Roadrunners? I guess it could technically be canon. I don't know. Framing Coyote's struggle against Roadrunner as some sort of Sisyphusian nightmare is getting a little, it's getting a little on the nose, don't you think? I don't think he's miserable. I mean, Coyote seems to be having a lot of fun. Another quick question. I've signed up for your course. Oh, that's great. Thank you. And I was wondering if it was important to go in order. I think I understand some of the concepts and want to start on stuff I'm more interested in. I mean, there's no dark magic locking you into doing it exactly in the order that I laid it out in. I would at least watch the videos on the earlier stuff because I think for most people, when you look at it really in detail, I bet I'll teach you something about the sphere that you hadn't thought about before or something like that. So especially if we're talking about, are you going to skip, if you're going to skip sphere, cylinder, cube, well, even if you think you understand it, I would advise you not to skip it if you've never done a finished one. If you've never finished a sphere, if you've never finished a cube, if you've never finished a cylinder, and you think you're like, oh, come on, I got it. Probably not. I would be very slow to think that. You're probably getting ahead of yourself. At least watch the videos on them. It's amazing how many people think they get spheres that, oh, I know that, but they've never done one. And then they do one. And they're like, oh, right. Especially the cylinder. Cylinder is way harder than people tend to think. That's the tricky one. It's like, I don't need you to do 1,000,000, you know? Some art education is based on that. I'm just asking for one. You know, have you ever gone all the way? Give me one perfect sphere, you know? I still can't do ellipses. Well, in the course when we do the cylinder, I don't grade ellipses, you know. I don't grade anything. I mean, I don't care if people have bad ellipses because you can't really freehand them. You can get, you know, a good enough ellipse by sort of like going fast like that, but that's never adequate when you're, you know, you're trying to turn that into like a cylinder you're gonna render, because you're gonna hit the edges, you're gonna have to reclaim the edges as you do the rendering of the sidewall and things like that. It doesn't really work, so I don't pay attention to the off ellipses on the cylinder. You need ellipse guides, which are expensive, so I don't expect people to get them, and they're not on the materials list. And it's only for that one assignment that you would really need ellipse guides. And or you can, there is a way you can chart them in perspective. If you've laid out your perspective, you can break up a square in perspective such that you can map for a perfect ellipse. But that requires setting up the whole perspective system, so I don't ask people to do that either for the cylinder. Really what the cylinder educates on is how you need to plan ahead for modeling gradients smoothly that are encapsulated by, that are surrounded by hard edges, you know? At least for traditional. For traditional, you can't avoid the foreplanning there. For digital, you can cheat, but. Tried ever only using a pen to draw? Yeah. I practice my circles and ellipses 2 hours a day, but still suck at them. You better not be doing that. Please don't actually be doing 2 hours of circles and ellipses a day. Maybe for a week do that and then never do it again. Joe says, but Steven, I want to draw highly irregular forms like the human face without having to take the baby steps of rendering primitive objects. Can it be special and skip boring things, baby? Well, you can. I mean, you can, the thing is, none of these exercises actually gate being good at this stuff. You can actually understand all these things through osmosis by doing more complicated forms. That does absolutely happen. It just takes longer. It's just much more direct to just simplify it out, distill it out, and just see it on its own. For sure. I don't think I've ever painted a dog before. I've drawn dogs, but I don't think I've ever like rendered a dog. If this even counts, I mean, it's a pretty fucked up dog. How do you feel about Loomis? He's great. I've gone through figure drawing for all it's worth and stuff like that a few times back in the day. It's good info in there. Does anyone remember that cartoon Rude Dogs? I don't. I remember Two Stupid Dogs. Burn, burner, burner, burn, 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 burner, burner, burner. Steve, your grays are so beautiful. Thank you. You gotta get comfy in the grays. The midtones, the soup. At least if you're form focused like I am. You wanna really know how to use the grays. Get all the midtones. If you're more color focused, you might have different opinions. But as you all know, I think color is the invention of an unsophisticated and barbarous age. So I can't speak to the conventions of those who rely on color. I would need to look up what a dog's nose actually looks like in this angle. I have no idea. The nostrils are weird on a dog's nose. But I'm too lazy to look for reference right now. Hey, Fanny Bub. How you doing, you little Fanny dog? Are you happy Marvel is struggling? No. I don't want people to struggle. I'm not like a Marvel person. I'm not really big on their stuff anymore, but I wouldn't be happy that they're struggling. Yeah. Now I've got a lot of weight over on the left side. Ooh, I have like a weird circle going on there too. Got a lot of weight going over on that side. I need something going on there, but I got that there. See, I should stop having fun just drawing stuff on this and go do another thumbnail, as I've said many, many times, and I refuse to actually do. I'm just treating this picture like a sketchbook right now. I'm not actually dutifully designing it to its detriment, Sometimes you just want to draw, you know? Boop, boo doo doo, What am I gonna go for? It's not lunchtime yet. We still going. All right, I'm gonna take a break from this one, I think, because I need to I would need to problem solve what's going on over there. And I don't really feel like it right now. I just don't feel like it. see what I want to poke at. What do I want to poke at? Well, you know what? While I think, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Just going to go use the restroom. Just Steven got a Discord server. If you sign up for the Patreon, you get into the Discord. And no, you don't get kicked out when you stop being a patron. Wow, it just logged on. Steven, your hair is out of control and I'm here for it. And the art. Thank you. It's funny how, like, unruly curly hair has is having its moment. When I was in high school a million years ago, having this kind of hair was made me a nerd. Now all the cool TikTok boys have long curly hair. They're getting perms probably. Back when I was in high school, all the cool people wore their hair very short, shaved close to their head. Caesar cuts and things like that. Short spikes. It's pretty funny. Just gonna sketch something real quick to wrap up Strem. Hunt some new ideas. Oh, you know what I'd wanted to sketch was like a someone getting tortured by mosquito people. Don't ask. What we could do an allusion to like who's the saint who's always depicted tied to a tree, shot through with arrows? Who is that? It's not George. George is with the dragon, Satan. There's a lot of Georges though. Which saint is that? All my Catholic nerds out there, which one is it? Can name like 5 paintings with him, but I forget who he is. Saint Sebastian, thank you. Maybe we can make an allusion to Saint Sebastian, but instead of arrows, it's mosquito people piercing him. Let me look at what mosquitoes look like real quick. Or what, I know what mosquitoes look like, but what do their heads look like close up? This will be gross. Disgusting. Makes my throat run dry just looking at it. World War II pirates shot down in the Arctic were driven mad by the mass amounts of mosquitoes if they survive. Dude, mosquitoes fuck you up. It's like if you ever watch Naked and Afraid, it seems mosquitoes are the biggest problem. They're worse than everything else. Ugh. Some of the photos are just bad. Don't ask. I just had an idea that this would be a cool piece the other day. I think this one could be a pencil drawing. If I could find a really cool formulation for it. Catholic nerds, lol. Dude, they're out there. In this chat, there's some serious Catholic nerds in this chat. You don't have to look far before people want to talk about Aquinas. Do you think video game movies will be the new superhero movies? God, I hope not. Can we just make movies, please? Can we just tell good stories? And how about letting people do some original stuff? You know, how about letting people push the form forward with some weird and wild things instead of nervously being like, oh, well, it's got to be based on something so that we know it'll work. Stephen, any tips on making gold read as gold? Well, first things first, gold is metal, right? So you need to follow the rules of metals, which is high contrast and sudden changes in value. The metals like gold and silver wind up creating these effects in the shadows where interdiffuse reflection occurs. That is to say, where parts of the same gold object bounce light back up into. All right, let me just. So you got like let's say there's like a gold bean here. Right? I'm not going to have time to push this to actually look golden. I just want to get the principles across. So it's metal, so it's got to be high contrast, so we can go pretty dark in dark areas and along these strips, and the highlights are going to be super bright. See, I feel like that already feels metallic, right? It doesn't necessarily feel like gold yet, but it does communicate the basis of the material. So one of the identifying features of a metallic material, and this is very rare amongst materials, it's really metal and only a few other things that do this, is that metal will color the light as it bounces off. So, or really aggressively. So a mirror doesn't color the light, right? That's why a mirror just looks like the normal world. It's specularly reflecting the light at in the same hue range as what's coming in, just a little darker because it loses intensity. That's why even in a perfect mirror, the real world, if you look very carefully at the values, the real world is always slightly brighter than the world in the mirror overall, because there's an extra bounce occurring off the mirror, and every time a photon bounces, it loses some energy. So with something like gold or silver, or any metallic thing, it could be a green metal or something like that, it'll color the light towards its color. That means that, you've got, let's say, full spectrum light coming in and hitting the gold. When it bounces off the gold, it's orange light. Now everything has been shifted towards orange, which means that where interdiffuse reflection occurs, that is to say, it's bouncing light up into its own shadow areas. That's why I picked a bent bean, so that there's an obvious place for that to happen. It's not full spectrum light, but orange light that's bouncing up into this shadow area, which means that area, it's going to bounce again. It's only going to be even more orange when it goes off to your eye, right? So on gold, you tend to get blazing hot, like orange and red highlights where parts are pointing at each other and reflecting a lot. Now you wouldn't necessarily get that down here because there's no other gold objects reflecting in that metallic way, right? You can get that really high contrast. Sandwich that with some darks. And then the other thing that happens with gold is that it's very reflective, so it's reflecting the environment. So that's why you often see on gold, if you're painting it outside, but it can be a pocket thing, that there'll be a paler greener thing going on top side on gold, that's because it's reflecting the sky, the blue sky, and the blue of the sky is mixing with the yellow of the gold, so you get these pale greens where the gold faces skyward. Yeah, you can reflect the sun in there and stuff like that. So for me, that's the basic color map for gold. And in a white void like this doesn't look right because it shouldn't be green, right? It should be reflecting white in this white void, and these shadows should be filled in with a lot of white in this white void. But that's, when I paint gold, that's the stuff that I think about. What do I have? That's gold, 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 gold. How do I turn off grouping here? Do not use groups. Give me the whole thing. What the heck is that? That kind of feels like gold. Clearly this was an experiment, and I have a bunch of like filters over this. So see, I started in black and white. Then I got the gold with filter, but see very high contrast, and you can see the red going on in the interdiffuse reflection. What else do I have that's gold? I like to paint gold, but I don't want to. It takes a long time to scroll through my sketchbook here. This thing. A lot of gold there. You can see how far that hot orange goes. Even if you're not really rendering things, even if it's very impressionistic, the hot orange and the interdiffuse reflection against the very dark shadow lines gives a strong impression of gold. Makes it easy to design the shot too. More gold. More gold. Gold and blue metal there. Interdiffuse reflection again under the neck. Sort of gold dragon here. That one's not really developed much. Does this guy have gold armor? No, this wasn't really going for gold. It's like a warm armor. There's a little gold on this Sphinx, but it's very limited. Some quick indications of gold on these armors. And this heaven piece. Sorry, just digging through the old sketchbook. Got about 1 million goddamn sketches in here. Hi, puppy. I know. It's cookie time soon. Oh, this is more gold. This was definitely after I saw the twinned armor from Elden Ring. I remember being like, oh, that's such a, I think that's such an awesome armor design. I remember being like, I got to figure out how I would handle that difficult value and color problem in a painting. So I did this one to try to figure it out. And then as soon as I was like, that looks like the right color and value plan, I bailed. I was like, I'm fucking done with that. What's this? Another beginning of a gold sketch. Standing gold Satan. It's actually a cool idea. Why'd I bail on that? I should go back to that. That would be a good way to paint Satan the devil. More gold. You can see I've got that pale blue from the sky going there, but it doesn't really make sense in the black void. I have to like put a sky. All right, I'm done for now. Where was I? Did you redo this one after the stream? Yeah, I took a couple other looks at it to try to figure out how I wanted to handle it. But my final conclusion was that I needed, with something really reflective like gold, I needed to think of an environment. So that was a bigger ask than just figuring out the colors. Shoulder blades in perspective. I don't know why I love doing it so much. Because I'm bad at it. It's hard to make look right. So my brain subconsciously seems to put it in every damn pose that I draw. How do you get the noisy texture with the gold? I don't remember those having, on that one, that was just from being on a diffusion layer, I think. Oh, that's from an overlay layer with just a noise filter on it, if that's what you were talking about. The rest of these are, there's no real noise patterns on noise brushes or anything like that. It's all hard round. really like the shape of mosquito eyes. They kind of like deform around the apertures for their antenna. Oh, it's fucking crazy. I mean, it's gross, but I love it. Would be a sick thing to do a full painting for. In all senses of the word. Saint Sebastian with mosquitoes. Yeah, exactly. I knew I could count on chat to remind me who, the Catholic nerds in chat, to remind me which saint was the one who's always pierced by arrows. I always love a subtle allusion to my Renaissance and Baroque influences and religious art in there, even if we take a big departure. It's in there in most pieces for me. I don't really talk about it, you know, it doesn't really feel necessary, but you know, you sit there with the piece for so long, eventually you're like, oh yeah, this feels like that. And you kind of lean into it. Apologies for repeating this, but I'm curious. If you send a colored light to a gold object, what color is the shadow? Is it still the complement of the original color? The pocket rule that the shadows are the complements, are complementary to the color of the light is just a pocket rule. If you look at shadows in reality, they don't always do that. You know, it comes down to the interactions of the entire ambient light environment. Any rule that just like when this color, then this color is always just a pocket rule. It's just color theory, and it doesn't apply to every kind of picture you're making. If you make pictures like people in this environment tend to do, it's not always going to imply. You know, if you're trying to make realistic things, if you're trying to make the light feel cohesive, light's interactions with materials are incredibly complicated. So the color of a shadow on an object has to do with, is there a reflected light of the primary light source? So, you know, is there a tabletop right underneath the form or a floor or something like that? Then the primary light is going to lose some intensity and have its color temperature shift when it bounces, because that's what happens when photons bounce. And then that color will be mixed with the local colors of whatever's in the shadow if the light intensity in the ambient light environment is bright enough such that those local colors can be brought out, and such that those local colors are not in conflict with the overall ambient light environment. You know, if you're in a room that's painted all red, a green object is going to get grayed out significantly by the ambient light environment. And it also then has to do with materials, right? Like I said, a metal, when it if let's say the floor is made of metal and it's made out of gold, right? Then it's going to intensely warm no matter what the color of the light source is, it's going to wind up warming it as it goes up. That said, gold will have similar interactions with colors that, you know, complementary. Complementary is the painter's language for it, but what's going on there is really just about the spectra of light intensity. I tend to think of it more on the science side rather than the color theory side. So, you know, a golden ball underneath a cyan blue light is going to get pretty grayed out. It's gonna only feel gold in a few spots in the reflection. But again, that comes down to the ambient light environment. So yeah, what am I trying to say there? Fuck the rules. You gotta think through the whole light environment. If that's the kind of art you're trying to make. You don't have to, but you guys know I have to take every opportunity to remind people that the rules are made up and they don't apply everywhere. Miles says, hi, Stephen. I feel like it's an impossible dream to have a career in art nowadays. How do I get out of this mindset? How do you get out of the mindset? Well, it's not an impossible dream. I mean, there's tons of artists out there. Yeah, it's hard to have a career, no doubt, but it is absolutely possible. I mean, I don't know how else to get you out of that mindset other than to say it's possible, right? The mindset is built around the idea that it's impossible. I'm not gonna lie to you and say it's gonna be easy, right? If you didn't mean impossible dream and what you meant is it sounds like it would be very difficult, I have to agree with that. It's going to be very difficult, but it's certainly not impossible. Boxering says, thank you so much. Indeed, fuck the rules, but rules can be helpful, especially when I'm trying to figure out what color a shadow should be, i.e. not black. Yeah, well, unless you're in a very dark room, shadows will rarely be black, you know? Again, like, if you send a colored light to a gold object, what color is the shadow? Is it still the complement of the original color? So the kind of thinking that I'm talking about is like, all right, here's your gold object, right? And let's say what, you have a blue light source? It's like people get very caught up on like, oh, what happens when a blue light hits an orange object? Aren't they complementary? Like, surprise, it'll be close to black. It'll, you know, it's absorbing a lot of the blue light and it's not reflecting it out. And then, yeah, what happens is the color tends to sink towards very gray and very black. Not always, depends on the material. But you know, if there's a high specular sheen, you know, we're assuming a matte object here, right? But let's say it's an orange ball or a gold. Let's say it's not, we're not thinking about gold. Let's say it's an orange ball. And it's like, oh yeah, it would become black when it's under a blue light. Unless it has a layer of clear coat over it, because then the clear coat is going to be able to provide a specular over the diffuse reflection that's going on with the orange ball. So then, yeah, you actually would see the blue light over the orange ball. So let's just say that that's not what's going on. Let's just say that it's a metallic object. It's like, okay, so you're gonna get very grave in what would be the lit side of the gold ball. But remember, gold is metal, so what it's actually gonna do is reflect the environment, right? So you do have to ask, what's all this around here? So let's say there's a tabletop down here. You have to ask yourself, what is the tabletop's reaction to the blue light, right? Is the tabletop red? Is it white? Let's say the tabletop is white. Well, white will accept the hue from a light source very readily, so the tabletop would become a blue tabletop in this environment, even if it was white. And then there would be a cast shadow of the ball somewhere under here. And if this is the source of reflected light, which the reflected light is what's going to determine a lot of the nature of the shadow, again, mind you, we're mixing things here because that form shadow that I drew, is a form shadow like that really gonna show up that crisp on a metallic object? Depends how metallic. Is it half metallic, half diffuse? Is it fully specular, so it feels like a chrome ball, like really polished gold, something like that? These are all questions that you have to ask. But for the sake of the discussion, let's say that it's going to hold a clear shadow side. What is the color of that shadow going to be? Well, what is bouncing light back into it? It's getting blue light that is coming off of the blue tabletop. So yeah, you would get a lot of blue in this shadow, and don't forget that there would be a little reflection of the cast shadow as well. That can totally happen. But let's say that the tabletop was a red tabletop in local color. Let's say this was the color of the tabletop. Under a blue light, it'd be very easy for that basically to become a black tabletop. If it is a truly narrow blue light, there's actually very few narrow light sources in reality. Even if it's tinged towards blue, you're exaggerating it in your mind. In reality, it is closer to full spectrum, or it has a wider spectrum. But let's say you're using an LED that is specifically coded to just be as blue as possible. The blue light is going to come down, but it's not blue bouncing off of this thing. It's these very dim, basically black particles, photons, not particles. So it's quite likely that the shadow would, again, we want to avoid going black. What layer am I on here? But it's much more likely that that would be the relative color of the shadow, and you need to then cross-compute that with everything else that's going on in the environment. If we take what's on the page literally right here, we're in a white void, right? So to make this actually look right, we'd need to get a lot of white into the whole picture, else it just doesn't make sense in our eye. You know, we'd have to get white spilling in due to the Fresnel effect along the edges. There'd need to be white affecting the top here and filling in that. So you got to think about the whole environment. That's what lighting is based on. Easy to understand, right? Color theory, so easy. Get reference. And people wonder why I focus on form. Boxer Wing says, thank you so much. Color, the science of color and color theory is so fascinating to me. Color is my jam. It is fascinating. And problem solving, stuff like that is super fun, especially if you problem solve it and it actually gets you to a good looking solution. The other thing you've got to remember is that being accurate is not necessarily what you're going for, right? You can do all of that crazy person calculation that I just did, and you get a result that just looks dim. It looks murky and boring because it would in reality look murky and boring, right? So don't forget that you're making art and you're supposed to lie and you're supposed to push things, and your number one priority should be it looking interesting, right? But when you can problem solve these things and you do happen to get a good looking result out of that, that's always super satisfying. It's super, super fun. This is November 21st, bugs. Let me be more specific, mosquito torture. Hi, Stephen. Anywhere I can find the art of the thumbnail so I can get a closer look at those awesome drawings. They look sick. I got it over here. Go on, take a closer look. We're working on it a bit on this stream, so if you want to go back, once this is done, if you want to go back and watch the recording, you can watch me poke around on this for a long time. And I don't know, the things I do on stream, I don't really post much anywhere these days. If they wind up anywhere, they wind up on Patreon when I'm sort of like, all right, this is done. I'm not going to work on it anymore. So yeah, if you want to get files for them, consider signing up for the Patreon. But I really don't post to Instagram or anything like that anymore because of AI. So I'm trying to fix that though. I've got a lot of glazed art that I'm ready to repost. Here's all my glazed outputs ready to go. I'm gonna go through and do more and more and more, and I'm glazing as I go. There's the glaze of that guy. These are all glazed. The Lord of Knives. The Lord of Knives. He is a human. People weirdly say they think he's a shark. I don't really know where that comes from. Must have been some, you know, it's weird, you know, you just make some errant shapes every now and then that people, it just confuses people. You know, design is very difficult. So I guess weirdly, I must have thrown some shapes in here that kind of trigger people, maybe around the eyes or something like that. And they're like, is he a shark? Is he like a hammerhead shark? It's just weird, right? Because yeah, he's definitely fully human, so. Don't speak, I know you're a mosquito. Oh, you're right. Dude, she knows exactly when it's 12. Dude, she's so hungry. She just wants her cookie. And you're right this time. And that means it's time for me to get out of stream. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here, all 158 of you. We streamed for a while today. That's 12. What did we do? We did 4 hours, bro. We did 4 hours, dude. We did a lot of drawing. We did some drawing, but it's time to indulge my poor doggy. She needs her cookies. All right, everybody. I'm going to head out. I am hungering. I need to give this dog a cookie, and I need my lunch as well. Check out the Form from Imagination Black Friday sale. It will be starting this Friday, November 24th. It'll go for a week. What else do I have to say? Videos incoming. We got some stuff in the can. I've got... I wrote a script for a video to go with the stone guy that I showed you guys. So I got to record that soon. Finish the script as well. More drawing meditations coming. I have a bunch of footage in the can. A lot of stuff is coming. And yeah, I will probably stream again mañana. No, I'll probably stream tomorrow. So I will see you all again soon. Goodbye to Matej, goodbye to Autumn Rose, goodbye to Angel, goodbye to Martin the Goat, Sun Sia, Disc Breaker, Eli, it is what it is. Sweet Boxer Wing 1970, original Sab-Zero, goodbye. Goodbye to Ali Z. I said goodbye to Autumn Rose. Nathan Sanchez, goodbye, goodbye. Do you have examples of before and after glaze? I heard it changes the look of your art. It does, it leaves artifacts. But you gotta, if you use the app, you can fiddle with the knobs in the app and you can get more or less artifacts. Having a lot of knowledge about it, there's a lot of factors that affect if you're gonna get more artifacts or not. It has to do with, do you have a lot of open space? Do you do more detail? Weirdly, if you use web glaze at this point due to a technical thing, it seems to have a lot to do with the variety of styles you might have can affect it. But they're gonna fix that. They've come up with a new technique that they are working on implementing that will fix that particular problem. So that's not gonna be around for long. Yeah, if you try the app, you can mess with the knobs and get better results. But yeah, it leaves artifacts and things like that, but you've got to weigh that on balance with defending your work, you know? And once Nightshade comes out, I'll take a lot of artifacts. Nightshade is just mines. I'm just trying to leave mines on the internet. What is the discount code? Well, don't look right above me. It's right there. Use code 23FRY, but it's not active yet. It'll activate on November 24th. But it's right there above my head. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great day and good luck if you are drawing today. And if I stream again tomorrow, which I plan on, maybe we'll poke at this more because I like this idea. I'd like to find a good way to do this. Let me make a little note to myself to try it with the mosquitoes kind of right on him like this. It feels like there's a lot of space between him and the mosquitoes right now, something gross like that. It's gonna become a really vertical picture. All right, everybody. I'll see you soon. Take care.